Greetings, chat. How y'all doing? It's Thursday, which means drawing. I haven't really drawn anything since, Monday. Not even a little doodle. Unless you count me making like a mock-up of my new riser. Then, that could count? No, I don't know if it fully counts. So today I have a few things I plan on doing. And if I go here, so one of the first things that I'm going to try and do is work on some concept art for certain characters. Specifically, I have some concepts I'm going to make for Hydrangea and Osmi. And I actually have a tab open on my browser. From Nuwa Hanfu. Because I want to use that as a reference for Osmi's outfits. Because there is one outfit that I have. I kind of plan on using. I did take my Adderall. I actually went to the store yesterday and kind of like replenished my supply of Haichus. But anyway. So hold on. 3D body type. That's all I kind of wanted to do. We then export that. We don't import. What? Okay, it's that. I really need to organize some of these into like oh, that's a shaving pose. And I'm gonna hold on. Let me go to my outfit concept for Patchouli. So I have one hand down, one hand up. I'm gonna just reset the model. But I'm going to have And the reason why I'm doing this is so that I kind of have an easy way to kind of pose hydrangea over here in kind of a neutral-ish position. But before I do anything more, I'm going to change the color of the canvas. And this is kind of just so I have an easy point of reference. When it kind of comes to hydrangea. And there's kind of a center line going down here. Also, I am making sure to kind of look back at my main screen. Because that is where all of my main stuff is. And of course, I like to mention that this is kind of like just me making a general pose. Like, this is going to be the most basic of poses. Because it's literally just an A pose. There's not much really going for it, other than it being an A pose. But yeah. So is, of course, the just basic pose. Or hydrangea. I probably need to like make a timer for my things because of the fact that I tend to kind of go non-verbal. Yeah. So here, after just kind of like staring off into the distance. But that's mostly because she, you know, isn't meant to really be reacting to anything. This is literally just a reference for me. Like anyone else who draws her in any of her outfits. Yeah. So I kind of explain what I'm kind of going to do with Hydrangea and Osmi today. Because those are the two characters who I mainly plan on drawing today. I plan on making some outfit concepts for them, along with trying to design their Kristra forms. Their Kristra forms are going to have a separate reference sheet, because if I add it to the main reference sheet, it's going to end up being super cluttered and super big. So I think it's better if I just avoid making a big mess of the reference sheets. And for the Kristra forms, it's just going to be like 3/4 front and 3/4 back. Because it's gonna take up a lot of space. And the reference sheet. So I'm going to also label some of these as casual work squire, which is basically just her Lightborn Roundtable uniform. Actually, let me change it to tonight, so that it's a little easier for me to like clarify. Also, something that I'm going to be doing a little bit is over the weekend I'm going to start setting up my card, my C8RRD, which I've started working on it a little bit ago. I'm going to put this, since ads are about to start, I'm going to use the ad time to make that. I had to grab a screenshot of it because of the file on the website being a WebP. And obviously I can't really use that file full type in my art. So I have to change it. But yeah, ads are starting soon. I'm just gonna do a gesture of her front bangs. And ads are starting soon. And I'm going to change my text to kind of show that I am going to be acquiring references. any minute now. Collection, you know, collections Celtic. So I'm going to be using some different references. For Hydrangea's night outfit, I'm going to be using kind of like Ren Fair clothing. Specifically from the site Holy Clothing. But I'm going to go into the masculine section. Oh, this is a JPEG. So outfit ends before. And that is number 5. And a lot of the like stuff. Oh fuck. With families who go lurk. Also, hello, Fan4. Sorry, I was acquiring references. But yes, hello, hi. I didn't realize that ads were over, so I was kind of focused on acquiring references for Hydrangea over here. Alright, you saw the text at the top? Yeah. to kind of explain in the, like, inspiration for one of Hydrangea's outfits is it's going to be kind of inspired by Renfair, her attire. So, like, vaguely historical, but not, like, too historical. Because we are still kind of set in a fantasy world. It's not going to be completely accurate to real life. Especially when she is a literal dragon. Yeah. I kind of have Hydrangea and Osmi as, like, complements to each other. Like, they aren't, like, entirely the opposites, but they aren't entirely the same. Because Hydrangea is based off of, you know, the Arthurian mythos and, you know, the Western concept of dragons. Meanwhile, Osmi is based off of Eastern, like, East Asian culture. Especially since I kind of ran her to... I gave her a Chinese name. And her name is based off of a flower that is commonly used in Chinese cooking and stuff. Especially wine. Because of its fragrance. And that's why Osmi has a surname that literally means jewel or gemstone in Chinese. Because she is kind of going to be the Chinese specifically. And that's why, if I go to my references, I just saved this image. I had to take a screenshot of because the site did not have a file type that I could download and preview on this software. But that's why I kind of am having one of Osmi's outfits be traditional Hanfu. Or like a qipao. Because I wanted her to kind of have an outfit based off of the culture I'm kind of taking inspiration from for that character. You'll DM me later to check on me. Thank you. Go spend time with your family, Shadow. But yeah. Basically, for a lot of these characters, I am, taking inspiration from, at least when it comes to their outfits, from sources I feel makes sense for them. Like, eventually I need to make a, like, traditional outfit for Patchouli and Fennel, which I am specifically, when it comes to Patchouli and Dahlia, I plan on taking inspiration from Scandinavian or Icelandic sources when it comes to like a folk costume. When it comes to their like folk costumes. For Fennel, I'm probably going to go with either German or Polish, just for like an additional outfit. Like when he kind of wear to a traditional festival. And I probably need to like, if I ever make any sort of like if I ever make like an art book for the story of Patchouli's revenge, I'm probably also going to make that a story that explains some of the world building of you know, the story. Which there are some parts of the story, these worlds that still need to be named, like the country and continent they are living in. But other than that, it's like pretty simple. Anyway, I'm gonna start working on this now. Which is Hydrangea's casual-ish outfit. Yeah, I'm also using the center line to guide me with some of the portions. For the, you know, the various aspects of the outfit. And Thank you for the hydrate. And the doot. I guess I kind of made Hydrangea have a short torso. Because in my initial drawing of her, I kind of made her have a pretty short torso. Like if you look here, her torso is kind of short looking. So I'm just like, oh whatever, let's just make a canon. And of course there is a significant change in the color of this. I changed it to her eye color because of contrast. I wanted to make sure it doesn't blend in too much since I made her outfit more complex. Like I kind of broke up the middle part with these two pieces of fabric. And because it would just look too boring with the yellow, I just put a lighter blue. But this outfit is kind of like meant to look like a night sky. And the yellow accents are for like representing the stars. Like I know I could have like actually used like star shapes to kind of sell it, but I feel like if I tried to do that, I'd go a little insane. Like a little crazy, a little off my rocker. So I chose not to do that just to preserve my own sanity, because I'm going to be drawing these characters a lot. But yeah. Once we reach the 1 hour mark, I'm going to take a little break. From, you know, working on this. But to kind of explain why I think I made gave Hydrangea this outfit, I want her to kind of like look sporty. Essentially. I wanted to make her look like she works out a bit. Like she goes on early morning runs before work. I feel like the best way to do that is kind of have her in a bit of a tracksuit ensemble. Like, that's kind of like the outfit you'd catch her in when she is, like, before her shift. If that's the cafe. So if you like I just feel like Hydrangea specifically would be very physically active. You know, partially because of her other affiliations. But she kind of wants to try and keep herself moving whenever she's able to. And one of the best ways to try to do that for her is that she just does a lot of walking and morning runs. I feel like she's the kind of person who'd, instead of like using a car to get to work, she'd use a bicycle if possible. I feel like the cafe she works at kind of has like an inside bike locker just in case, is so that her means of transportation isn't stolen and while she's on shift. And, you know, can't really do much about it. Of course, there is another outfit that I plan on giving her. That is a bit of it's probably gonna have its own reference sheet. Outside of, you know, the others, because it's like very complex because it is a suit of armor. I'm not joking, by the way. She literally has a suit of armor as one of her outfits. But she has like a few different kinds of outfits. And the reason why I'm kind of giving all my characters different outfits is because I don't want them to look too boring. Like it's not only like enriching for the player, but also for myself, the developer. Because if I had to draw the same outfits over and over and over again, I feel like I'd go a little crazy. So I'm going to give them a few different poses. Like, probably like 3 or so poses. And then like several different outfits, with some having their own custom poses. Like for Hydrangea, as an example, she's probably going to have a few sprites where she is, you know, making bubble tea. And of course, for the investigations, they're going to have their own outfit where, like, they're in an attack pose. Or, like, battle ready. But I'm going to go on an intermission. Because I really need to go use the bathroom. I'll be back in a few minutes. Alright, I'm back. Ebodinya. Also, might like make some kind of like concept for hydrangea. There's a like I start making some character sprites. Like, of course, these aren't going to be the actual sprites. Like, they won't be likely not the actual sprites I'll be using in the game. Like, kind of a starting point to see what I can do. For the, character portraits of the game. Of course, I also need to like refine some of the UI concepts. For the game. Which is I'm going to include me looking up like journaling, because one of the big things about Patchouli as the protagonist is that her big hobby is, journaling. So I want some of the UI to look like things that you'd use while, journaling. Like little sticky notes and stuff. Honestly, the concept of journaling is pretty fascinating. Like, I've of course seen those YouTube shorts of people doing like ASMR journaling, where they kind of like turn up the gain really high on the mic, like, and make it a bit of a sensory nightmare. But honestly, if they didn't do it so that it was just the cacophony of noises in the microphone, I probably enjoy those videos. also going to start using a little bit of color. Actually, I'm gonna use the fill tool for this. But yeah. I think the concept of journaling is like kind of relaxing. Like a good way to like record memories. I don't really do journaling, but it feels like a nice hobby for those who are into it. But yeah. So I am going to make a variation of this, like mostly for when she's in her work outfit where she is wearing a face mask, because she is often wearing a face mask when at work because of, you know, the scars on the sides of her mouth being as horrific as they are. She doesn't want people to like worry about what the fuck happened to her, and it's honestly none of their business anyway as to how she got those scars. For anyone wondering, why did you give Hydrangea those horrific scars? It's a Transformers reference. Specifically Brainstorm. In the first IDW continuity. But yeah. That's the reason why Hydrangea has those scars. At least from a design standpoint, that is why she has them. Because I wanted to reference my special interest in a story that would not get me sued to the ground by Hasbro. Just like a little callback to something I love. But yeah. Also, for anyone wondering, what am I going to do here? I'm doing that. And I'm also doing this. Because that is going to be covered anyway by pretty much all of her outfits. But I want to make sure I don't get bonked by any platforms I post this onto. So I'm just making wear like a fucking bandeau top. Like weird little strapless bra thingamajig. So that people know that she is at least covering up the important bits. And I'm still not sure how I'm going to like specifically do certain aspects of Hydrangea and like some of the other characters, but I want to at least get a start as to like a potential idea. For the character. And of course, I'm making the feet cursed. Just like my own model. Which, for those who don't know, I didn't even bother trying to, like, make any, like, individual toes for, like, the feet of the model. Because they were just going to be covered by shoes anyway. So they end up looking extremely cursed. And that's how I like it. Because I am just like that. I like being a little cursed out here. Or like just assume she's wearing like invisible socks or whatever that just seem to weirdly conceal her toes. Yeah, this is like the base. I think I'm gonna make the little bandeau. I'll just do that. It will eventually be covered up by pretty much all of her outfits anyway. So it just doesn't need to be super complex or anything like that. It just needs to cover up. Because Switch does not like female presenting nipples. Most companies do not like female presenting nipples. Even in a non-sexual context. Yes, for anyone wondering, Skelly, why I do the top and bottom look weirdly just pasted on? Because it's just placeholder. It's for stuff that's not meant to be seen. And because it's just gonna be covered by her outfits. It's just there so I don't have just like, oops, all skin. And like algorithms don't immediately assume that I am drawing nudity. It's basically just a safeguard. No. Against any oopsies. Like, chance of any oopsie daisies, if, you know, literally most of her the most important parts that shouldn't be shown are not even showing. Because I drew like several lines to cover them up. But yeah. There's of course Hydrangea. Eventually I will figure out some of her other outfits, but for now I wanted to say hi to stream not loading for some reason. Hope art is going well. Well, thank you. Art is fortunately going well. I was just like making a little base for all the outfits I'm going to put Hydrangea in. Also, I find it funny that with the way I drew this, you don't see any of the sclera from this point. Which, I think that's pretty good. Yeah, this is just going to be Hydrangea's usual-ish outfit. But there is another thing I wanted to do. So I'm going to go to this and kind of like so I'm kind of like just going to use this 3D drawing figure And what I'm going to be doing here is I'm going to be making a sort of base sketch for all of the, characters here. Well, it's not going to be really any specific character. But just, a general basis. Like a baseline for, the anatomy of the specific characters. And this is basically just a compare and contrast. So there's going to be a front end, then there's going to be a back. And I forget that, it always has the light source thing. But let me try and and so row of 7.2. Then maybe it's a different Shadows. Apply a light source. So now is time for this. Which is the backside. And I didn't even realize that ads happened. Oops. Whoop-de-doo. So that is the front and back. Of the characters. Or like just, you know. But yeah. I am going to add some stuff here. So this color will be for okay, like it all looks like. And I'm adding that little panel thingy to the back. Because it will show different things based off of the species. But also I am also going to do eyes. Because their eyes are also different. Based off of, you know, the fact that they are kind of like different species. And if they're going to, this is probably just going to be a like basic character. Maybe I'll like call her Anatomy-chan, as she is like just meant to display some of the anatomy between in some of the species of the world. In Patchouli's Revenge. Of course, Anatomy-chan is likely not going to be her actual name. Or like an actual character in the story. Her purpose is mostly just to help y'all understand the most of the differences in certain characters and species of the story. Or if you want some lore for Anatomy-chan, she's a shapeshifter. Or a Therian who assumes different forms to help people understand certain species. He's a little better. And I'm going to hair colors, and I'm going to use this one. For our intents and purposes. The eyelash color, or just the general colors, are not really all that relevant. It's kind of just so there's something in there to like explain. I'm giving her teal eyes for the purposes of this. And essentially, this is the main difference for the Kristra and Hoopbook Anatomy. It's like the major thing is that their eyes are kind of like different. So Kristra eyes, unlike Hoopbook eyes, are kind of like meant to essentially for the stuff here. Main difference is, of course, the whole fact that they have this whole like faceted look to their eyes. Of course, some of them can modify their appearance to kind of hide it, along with their, horns and stuff. That's what Osmi and Hydrangea do. But essentially, if they are in their raw form, this is what they kind of look like for their eyes. Their eyes are meant to kind of look like a gemstone. In many different ways. Kind of like it's meant to look like a cut gemstone. Instead of like, the raw form of the gemstone. And now the Hoopbook side involves a lot of ellipses. They have a rounded pupil. And but anyway, this is what the Hoopbook side looks like. main thing is that, of course, not all Krista and not all Hoopfolk kind of look like this. This is just a way to, like, you know, show off some of the differences in their anatomy. So it's not like super serious. Of course, I might eventually make like a texture for the eyes here. Probably make it a 3D asset of some kind so that it's a little easier for me to draw some of the eyes later on. And I'm going to go with a bit of a red for the highlights over here. Actually, let me change this to pink. And of course, the main difference is, like, when it comes to me rendering them, for the shading of the eye in for the Hoopfolk, it is, of course, very much have like the natural way I usually do the rendering for most of my I usually do my eyes. Krista are kind of like an exception into the norm, because they obviously look very different. So, and the fact that they have gemstones and looking eyes makes them look, I feel like it's best to make them look a little more distinct. Of course, I'm not really going to talk about, like, sexual dimorphism, because it's sort of the same as it is for, like, humans. And, yeah. Basically, the big thing is that this is what the eyes of a hoop folk looks like, and this is what the eye of a Krista looks like. Main difference being is that one has like, the hoop folks have a pupil with a bunch of rings around it, and the Krista have the ones that look like, you know, cut gemstones. That is like the main difference between these two species. And of course, I eventually need to also draw the Heimkatzel. Which, for that, I probably also need to learn how to draw children. But yeah. So I'm going to make a divider as well. I'm going to make it 6 pixels. And I'm going to also type some stuff here. And yeah, I'm not sure what I can like easily compare the but this is what one of the biggest difference, what more subtler differences, if I can even call it subtle, between these two species. It is notoriously subtle and very hard to differentiate the two species from another if you don't know what you're looking at. Like, if you don't know what either of them actually look like, you're gonna have a very hard time figuring out what the two of them look like. But I'm gonna put those down here. Yeah. But those are kind of like major differences between these two species. Or like some of the more subtle ones. But yeah. Some of these differences are quite major, some of them are pretty subtle. Let's move those. Hola. And ads have started. So I'm going to go do an intermission as I recuperate and walk around and stuff. I'll be back in a few minutes. Alright. I'm back. Everybody nyang. And so I'm gonna save. And I am going to kind of use a bit of a references I gathered. And I'm going to draw Osmi in some Hatsu. If I can use the right brush. And Chipao. No, not. So this is a two-piece, and according to this is based off of the 18th century that I have reference for. And what I'm drawing right now is the shani, or the upper shirt. And then there is a chinmamyan, which is the horse-faced skirt. And this is based on clothes from the construction period of China. There's like very flowery and like ornate. I might not draw all the details for this one because I'm, trying to get some of the concepting out of the way. And it kind of like has this sort of collar that goes like this, and so it seems to like go down to there. Oops. But yeah. I'm kind of like trying to keep this relatively simple because a lot the general silhouette of this is pretty simple. These are very flowy. And a lot of the detail in the outfit is all the patterns. So, there's also a bunch of different accessories. Including purses. And brocade and hebao. So I probably like butchered that pronunciation severely. But yeah. This also has a skirt which has a main panel in the front. And then like pleats behind it. Yeah, this is like honestly just an excuse for me to learn how to draw hanfu. But yeah, I might like make a 3D model of Osmi in her hanfu. Like just the traditional clothing, because I know there's going to be a lot of patterns that I need to do. But I'm probably going to, like, for the most part, like, when it comes to her character sprite, I'm just going to have it be the color blocks. And, like, whatever I can't really draw all that visibly will kind of remain hidden and ish. Like, you know, if I So So there's also hair pieces, as well with accessories. There are also like hairpins and hair combs. Which it's all pretty fascinating to me. You know, as someone who isn't from the culture. And there are also nail guards as well, which I'm probably going to also add. Like just I'm not sure. Let me go look at them. They're really pretty. But I think that there's also waist pendants, which I might add one into her. Hold on. But yeah. I'm gonna go look something up. So apparently osmanthus flowers, they actually look a bit like hydrangeas, but yellow. Which... And... So... This thing is osmanthus fragrance, and the version of this is around Antiochus. As you can see, they have four petals. And do I have any hydrangeas in here? And this is what hydrangeas look like. They also have four petals. I just think it's pretty fascinating that I unintentionally gave the two characters who I made friends in the story, both of flowers that have four petals. I just think it was kind of funny of me. You know, that I accidentally did that. But yeah. But yeah, I kind of wanted to at least make sure I have an outfit of Osmi in Hanfu, because He wears that in a specific chapter. But yeah. If I like... Eventually I'll try and give her like some like traditional-ish shoes. But yeah. Essentially, this is the outfit Osmi wears in one of the chapters of the story. I know it's beyond chapter 10. But let me go check the master list. On Tumblr. So, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. She wears this in chapter 17, I believe. Like, either 17 or 18 or maybe even both. But yeah. I'm also going to try and do a little bit of color here. For Osmi. I'm going to make the bulk of this, you know, this orange. You know, over here. Yeah, I want to figure out the colorway before I do any further work. On Osmi. And I'm also going to never mind, I don't think I am. But yeah. So I'm looking at this. Some of them are like pretty light in color. So I'm going to use that as a bit of a reference. like a pretty dark color. I'm going to use this one from Hydrangea's palette because it's also a bit of a complementary color. I'm also gonna go do the sleeve. Ash whale. But yeah. I kinda just needed an excuse to draw this character in Hanfu anyway. So this is my excuse. It's for the plot. Of Patchouli's revenge. Because when Osmi's wearing that outfit, she and Patchouli are going to a festival. It is kind of like a celebration of the predecessors. That don't even have to be your family. Just generally the people who came before you. So, there's that. And now, the color for this. I wonder what color I should use. Very difficult decision indeed. Whatever color I could use. I didn't even realize that's what's happening. God damn it. I was just too focused on coloring Osmi. Man, I'm overheating. I'm also going to turn down the size of this so that it's easier for me to control. Of all the scenes in this, out of all the outfits, I think this Hanfu is going to be the most complex for me to draw in all of the scenes. Which is why it's only really going to show up for like 2 chapters. But yeah. My wrist is starting to hurt from doing all this coloring. But I must color nonetheless. I'm also going to color the osmanthus, his blossoms. Over here. I think this is a good basis for that Hanfu. Also, it did not feel like this amount of time has passed. Like, it does not feel like I've been streaming for almost 3 hours. At all. But that is Osmi's Hanfu. Of course, I might eventually, like, figure out what design I might go with. Because Hanfu is very intricate. And I really want to do it justice. But yeah, that was the Hanfu outfit. I was going to do Osmian Hydrangea's Krista form, but since I don't actually have any concept for what Kristras look like, and I want to try and make sure that they look consistent, I am probably going to avoid doing that. No, for now. So I'm going to what was that I heard? Probably nothing important. And let's just do this, as I don't want to bother. But yeah, this is Hydrangea in her usual everyday outfit, aka when she is off shift. She wears something like this. line over here to keep it interesting. Yeah. This is just outfit concepting. And this is her main outfit, by the way. Like, for when she is outside of work hours. But yeah. And I will thicken up the outline for this when I'm done with all the line art. And almost done. But yeah. And that is the line art. And I forgot about this. I'm gonna thicken up all this line and art because I wanna. Also, I feel like it's kind of funny that I just immediately went into like doing an A pose for her hydrangea. It's honestly kind of funny. But I'm gonna start off with some of the colors in the smaller places. Before I, start going off on, the big pieces. But luckily a lot of these are kind of like contained. Their own little voices. There we go. Now the yellow. And this is the casual. Which will go there. And I'm going to turn that off. And I'm going to start with erasing all of the unneeded line art. Which includes pretty much all of the legs. Yeah. This is just going to be the official sheet for all the characters' outfits as they will be hopefully designed in the game. There may be little inconsistencies, most likely, but for the most part, it should be alright. Oops. Anyway, let's thicken this up. And that is Miss Hydrangea's casual outfit. Now we just slurp it over. But yeah. That is outfit numero uno. Then I gotta design her work and night outfits. Sorry about that, my dad came in to tell me that he was going to work. But you can remove that. And then save. That is at least one out of the many different outfit concepts that Hydrangea is going to have. But the very first thing I'm going to add to this sketch is that. Because here in her work outfit, Hydrangea's lower face is going to be covered with a mask. But yeah. I'm going to kind of start doing a little bit of line color. Oh. I didn't even realize I was there. Oh, jump scare. Oops. Yeah, I'm going to color in the stuff here. And this is literally just going to be the flat colors. So nothing too fancy schmancy. Just the colors for the lines over here. Nothing too extreme. You know? Because I'm still trying to keep some of these designs simple enough to easily reproduce as either fan art or cosplay, depending on what your kind of theme is. But yeah, I'm going to go on an intermission now, so I'll return in a few minutes. Alright, back. And so... I had to quickly fix some stuff regarding some colors. Yeah. And there's a little mistakey over here. Maybe a little bit of stomach cramps. The little stummy hurty. So... Don't mind me, I'm just making noises. For whatever reason. I'm like overheating out here. As it is the middle of summer. But yeah. So let me go. Fix up some mistakey wakies. Because there are slight goofy woofies. God, I'm cringe. I'm cringe, but I am free. is the casual outfit. But why is my stomach mad at me? What does it want now? What does it want now? Why? 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 I think I'm gonna save this and like I'm gonna be back in like a few minutes. We'll consume some delicious ads while I'm gone. Alright. At least I don't think I am overheating anymore. Just... I was kind of suffering out there. I probably need to, like, gather some references before I try to, like, tackle this again. So... I'm gonna move these over. And... I think I'm going to look up something real quick. I'm going to try and tackle the dialogue box again. So... Fish is a running joke now. Yeah. I'm sure it definitely is. But... anyway... I'm gonna... do this. And then to do that. And I think I'll have it go from here to here. Yeah, I think I'm going to go for a little longer today since I'm productive. And gonna make it a little frilly. And then there's going to be like some little flowers here. And then I go do the dotted line here. Which I shall move a little more precisely. And there we go. Then I'm going to go back to the rectangle. And I'm gonna and of course this is looking very much complex. But sure. I should like use. Like maybe glitter? I don't know. What I should do for here, but yes, hello Belgian fish, how are you? Yes, hi. Hi, hello, hi. I am not sure what brush I can use for like the flowers here. You're doing fine, how am I? I'm doing well. I had to go AFK for a bit and run to the bathroom because of stuff. You're not a good artist, but you can't help with that. Yeah. I'm kinda like just trying to scroll through what I have. And I think I'll just add a few like flowers here. And I'm going to start with a subtle-ish color palette. Sounds like I had Taco Bell. No, I did not. It's probably just... I actually haven't had Taco Bell in quite a bit. But usually it's not Taco Bell that makes me have to run to the bathroom. From my experience, it's Domino's Pizza. But yeah. And I didn't even have anything taco related. I had mac and cheese. Maybe it was because I was sort of guzzling water. Or something along those lines. But yeah. I've entered my lactose intolerance era. No! Don't make it so. I love my chocolate milk. Look at my cheese. It's probably like a summertime thing. Because, you know, I kind of struggle a bit with the summer. But yeah. Right now, I'm just trying to figure out how I'm going to do this, like, bit of the UI. The lace is, like, kind of like placeholder. It's probably gonna end up being simpler, and that it's I'm just using this for the sake of, you know, concept. Because I want the whole aesthetic of Patchouli's Revenge to kind of revolve around, like, specifically the UI. I wanted to kind of be themed around journaling. In some way or another. So this is kind of like the idea. So the character name is kind of like bordered off, or like sectioned off through some kind of pattern on the border. Next to it, of course, is probably going to be some like doodles of flowers. And then there's going to be dotted lines where the bottom of the letters go for the typeface. And then the dialogue text will be in there. Though I might make another version of it where the box is like longer and bigger. But yeah. This is just, you know, concept. But yeah. And something else I have. I actually have these like bookmark thingies. They're kind of like falling off because I haven't really used them at all. They've just been somewhere. But I think like for the like choice buttons, it might look a bit like this. Like little bookmark thingies, bookmark stickers, whatever they are called, but I do not remember. But those will probably be the little thingies. I'll probably like use those. Like an alternate version of it with like an icon. Like magnifying glass. For the menu concept, like this could be evidence, and this could be, you know, save button. But yeah, that's kind of like a concept that I want to possibly go with for the UI. that is, you know, I like using inspiration from stationery and, you know, the journaling hobby. Of course, I'm probably not going to actually make the designs until way later, because I have to also figure out the dimensions of a dialogue box and how they'd look on a screen. Like, I have to figure out the dimensions of it from 1080p, 2K, and 4K. Okay, possibly. No! I wasn't able to get Esprite during the Steam Summer Sale this year. It is still on my wish list. And I'm probably going to eventually get it. Along with maybe Pixel Over. So that I can make and design some of the buttons. And of course there is one more button I might have. And that is just to like check your abilities. And, yeah. Of course, I will need to look up some stuff, like what certain things look like. But other than that, that's probably what I'm going to try and do for some of the UI stuff. And for like actively selected stuff in like menus, it's probably going to have like a drawn border. I might experiment a little bit with like stuff like, you know, the various pens I have, and the good chunk of the ones that are built into the Clip Studio Paint software here already. Like, that is probably, like, going to be the general style of the, you know, UI. And all the menus and stuff. It is, you know, that sort of thing. yeah. Why does this look like snakeskin? Like, just snake scales in general. I don't know. There's also a chain. A thin one and a thick one. Oh, what's this? But yeah. I'll probably like try to find some of these. Like have a version of these little buttons here where they're when you're not on the page and when you are on the page. Like this is probably like the activated. The inactive is probably like going to be a closed eye. But yeah. I think I'm going to end the stream here today because I realized way too late that I probably should have been gathering references before I went live. And like, you know, last night when I had time. So I am. Uh-oh. Oh, no references. Yeah. Well, I did gather a few during stream. But for some of the more important things, like, you know, developing all the concepting all the UI, I designed making the reference sheet for the differences between Krista and Hoopvolt, and just some of the outfits as well. I need to gather references, and as I did not do that at all, I kind of floundered a little bit. So for next week, I'm like over the weekend and stuff, I'm probably going to try and gather some references for all of the characters and other things that I need to do. I might make a folder in my references for Patchouli's Revenge, where I put specifically for like the UI and all the stuff that comes with that. That and, you know, figure out the uniform from design for the LPIA a little more. But other than that, I'm going to end stream now. Hopefully, so tomorrow is going to be Date Everything. Then Saturday and Sunday, no streams. I'll be figuring out my schedule, and then I'll post that. Head to the Discord and Blue Sky. But yeah, I'll be seeing y'all tomorrow. Bye.